the Chargé Affairs, the Honorable Vincent M. Moody Tracy. With us also today is His Excellency Ambassador of Japan, Mr. Nobuo Kako Miya. And with us also is His Excellency Ambassador from China, His Excellency Wu Wei. I would also like to recognize the presence of our Governor, the Honorable Stevenson Joseph, who was with us this morning. And of course, my respect to the Honorable Senators, especially the President Coney, President of the Chuk Senate, Speaker Lester Mersai of the House of Representatives, and the Chuk Honorable Senators from Chuk. I also would like to recognize the presence of Speaker Nicholas Ferlar Wong and the Honorable Senators from Yap State. With us also is the Speaker of Kushai, the Honorable Simeon Philip, and the Senators from Kushai State. And representing Pohnpei, sitting at the desk, is our Vice Speaker and the Chairmen and the Senators from Pohnpei. With us this morning, I also want to pay my respect to our Isonangan, our Prince of the Kingdom of Metelanim, His Excellency Sean Atol. With us also is our Queen from the Kingdom of Metelanim, Likan Kalakal. I also want to recognize everybody this morning. Please let us give our round of applause to our guests that are with us this morning. I know it's not in our agenda, but it's customary that we start off as Micronesians. In whatever we do, in whatever work we do, we start off with a word of prayer. So I would like to recognize the Speaker of Kushai, who on behalf of us say the grace.
Let us all go to the Lord in prayer. Our loving, ever-present, Almighty God, we bow before you once again this morning, first to offer our curses unto your holy name. We thank you for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon all of us, giving us safely in your care those of us who have traveled from the states of Yap, Chuk, and Kushai to be able to make it safely here to this beautiful place. And for the blessings that you have bestowed upon this land and its people. We thank you for the blessing of rest of the previous night and for giving us strength to be able to rise to another beautiful day that you have made for us. We thank you for your holy guidance unto all of us the first day of this assembly, for giving us the wisdom to all be able to engage in meaningful discussions over the issues that were before us. As we continue our discussions this second day of this assembly, we look to you once again for your holy guidance. Allow that we all be again engaged in meaningful discussions so that everything that we act on and decide upon truly be for the benefit of the people that you have entrusted unto our care. We pray this in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Speaker Philip. So, for this morning agenda, first up, we will be hearing remarks by the diplomatic corps. So, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Vincent M. Moody Tracy, Charge Affairs of the United States of America, who will be delivering the remark on behalf of Her Excellency Jennifer L. Johnson. Sergeant, please escort the Honorable Tracy to the podium.
Good morning, and camarale. It is my honor to address you today and to see friends from all 4 states of the FSM sitting together in unity. I want to extend my deepest respects to all the traditional leaders of the federal states of Micronesia, the keepers of this island nation. I also wish to acknowledge the Honorable Governor Stephen Joseph from the Pohnpei State. Also from the Pohnpei State Legislature, the Honorable Speaker Marvin Yamaguchi. The Honorable Vice Speaker Magari Mikhail. The Honorable Floor Leader Hudson Abraham. And members of the Pohnpei State Legislature. And our friends who travel from the other states. The Yap State Legislature. The Honorable Speaker Nicholas Pingilarun. The Honorable Vice Speaker Theodore Wutun, the Honorable Floor Leader Terrence Fong, and members of the Yap State Legislature. From the Chuk State of House of Representatives and the Chuk State Legislature, the Honorable Speaker Lester Mersai, the Honorable Vice Speaker Andrew May, the Honorable Floor Leader Wayne Olap, and members of the Chuk State Legislature. From the Chuk House of Senate, the Honorable President Arno Kony, the Honorable Vice President Wisney Nakayama, the Honorable Floor Leader Andre Cheche Yamamoto, and members of the Chuk House Senate. From the Kozrai State Legislature, the Honorable Speaker Simon Philip, the Honorable Vice Speaker Salpar Silfas, the Honorable Floor Leader Andy Andrews, and members of the Kozrai State Legislature. Also want to recognize the members of the Diplomatic Corps, Ambassador Wei of the Embassy of People's Republic of China, Ambassador Kagomiya of the Embassy of Japan, and Ambassador Grant of Embassy of Australia. And all other distinguished and honored guests and friends who are present here. Ambassador Johnson conveyed her greetings and loved seeing you all yesterday. And she's disappointed to miss today's engagement, but she had to travel to New York for a funeral. I share her enthusiasm about the establishment of all of us, because we all know that we're stronger together and we can accomplish so much more for the people when we work together in unity. I want to extend my congratulations to you all on convening the very first assembly of the Association of the Legislative Leadership for the Unity of the States, or all of for us. This historic gathering marks an important milestone in fostering collaboration among the legislative leaders of the FSM. All for us represent a unique opportunity to address shared challenges and advance solutions that improve the lives of the citizens across all levels of society. I encourage this forum to serve as a platform for meaningful dialogue and action on critical issues such as health, education, infrastructure, private sector development, and other areas where collaboration can drive to progress. The United States is proud to stand with the FSM under the Compact of Free Association, a partnership that reflects our shared commitment to economic development and self-sufficiency. Through this compact, we continue to work closely with FSM's national and state leadership to ensure that its opportunities are fully realized for the benefit of all. Last week, GEMCO's meeting in Honolulu, Hawaii, demonstrated the strength of our partnership. While some issues required extended discussion, we were able to move forward with solutions that address outstanding concerns. This is a testament of the collaborative spirit that defines our relationship. Our partnership extends beyond the compact. This week, Pohnpei State celebrates the 80th anniversary of its liberation by the United States during World War II. This commemoration reminds us of the enduring bonds forged in times of hardship and the shared values that unite us. As partners, the United States remains committed to working with FSM's national and state leadership to uphold democratic principles and foster a society where all citizens can thrive. I wish you a successful and productive meeting. Together, we can continue building a brighter future for the FSM and its people. Thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Vincent M. Moody Tracy. Let's again give a big round of applause to the Charge. Again, I ask that you join me in welcoming His Excellency Nobuo Kakumiya, the Ambassador of Japan. And Sergeant,
Firstly, I would like to my deep respect to the keeper of this island, traditional leaders, the President, the Honorable President, the Honorable Speakers, the Honorable floor leaders of all the 4 states, Chuuk, Pohnpei, Kosrae, Yap states, the Honorable Senators and Representatives of Chuuk, Pohnpei, Kosrae, Yap states, as well as all the staff of all the 4 state legislatures, the Honorable Governor Joseph, the Excellency and the Honorable of Diplomatic Corps, especially the Dean of our Diplomatic Corps, Ambassador Wu Wei, and Excellency, Her Excellency Jenny Grant, Australian Ambassador, and distinguished guests, Kasselerie, Mogethin, Rananim, Lenwo, my face right direction. Thank you. Kamorare, good morning. I would like to extend my deep gratitude for inviting me to this very important meeting. I really appreciate this invitation, and I sincerely think this first meeting, all for us, is a very important meeting which strengthens the unity of these federated states and mutual understanding and collaboration with all the regions, all the states of this country. And finally, I really hope this kind of meeting help the countries to reach a consensus of the political ways. As you know, Japan has maintained very strong friendship, partnership with the federal states of Micronesia, as well as every 4 states of Pohnpei, Chuuk, Yap, Kotsulai states. This is because of our two nations' historical ties, which has more than 100 years history. But I would like to emphasize that the FSM 4 states and Japan have shared very important common values such as democracy, human rights, rule of law, the peace, maritime safety, sustainable development, environmental policy, and others. Especially, I would like to emphasize that the legislatures are the core, essential organization for democracy. That is why I would like to extend again my deep appreciation for inviting me to this very important meeting. With my deep respect to all of you, Japan would like to strengthen the friendship between Japan and the FSM and every 4 state furthermore. Japan has extended various support to this country, like infrastructure, health, education, and others, or we dispatched more than 20 JICA volunteers to this country. But today, I would like to touch upon our collaborative project with UNDP. That is a very long line, strengthening legislature's capacity in Pacific Island country. That is our project with UNDP to strengthen the function of the legislatures and Congress. Exactly last week, the UNDP held a workshop in Chuuk State, and I also invited to that meeting remotely. I extend my deep appreciation to that invitation, and also I'd like to extend that many participants, not only from Chuuk State, but as well as other states and other countries participated in that meeting. This is just an example of the friendship of our two nations. As an ambassador from Japan, I would like to reaffirm my determination to maintain and strengthen our friendship with exchange of people between two countries, and also our cooperation for the economic and social development, sustainable development of our countries. Finally, I would like to extend my deep appreciation for today's invitation to this very important meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Ambassador Kakomiya, for your wonderful remark. Let's please again give a big round of applause to the Ambassador. Now I would like that we join hands and welcome Her Excellency Jenny Grant, Ambassador of Australia to the FSM. Sergeant, please escort.
Kamurale. Good morning, everyone. I would like to pay my respects and my delegation's respects to the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting this morning, and in particular the highest regards to Isonanken and Liken Kelekel for being here today. Honourable State Speakers, Honourable Presidents, Honourable Vice Speakers, and Honourable Floor Leaders. I thought we might save some time that way. Fellow ambassadors and members of the Diplomatic Corps here today, ladies and gentlemen and dear friends, it is fitting that we come together today in this very important Liberation Day week, a time when we remember the struggles and the sacrifice of public service and those who have served our great nations. Can I say, looking around at the delegations from Yap, Pohnpei, Chuuk and Koshrai, what an absolute pleasure to see all our dear friends and senators under one roof. This is truly a demonstration of the spirit of what we hear in the FSM National Anthem, to join hands on every side. Australia and FSM share a very close bond that maybe not many of you are aware of, but that is that we are the two members of the Pacific family who are both federations. We understand the benefits and the challenges of running a federation and the importance of achieving unity and social cohesion for our people. States are really at the forefront of delivering services like education, health and transport. And Australia is a nation of vast deserts, as you may know. But one thing you may not know is that Australia has 8,000 islands. And so we understand the unique challenges of delivering services to our citizens at very remote locations. So because of those challenges, this is a critical time for us to work together to try to connect our people with the places where they need to be. And this is why Australia is investing in the North Pacific Island Connector airline service run by Nauru Airlines. This links FSM with the Central and South Pacific. And it is why we are investing in the East Micronesia cable together with our partners Japan and the US. This will provide the first subsea cable to the state of Koshrai, and also cable redundancy to the state of Pohnpei. This cable is going to deliver secure and reliable services, data services, at very affordable prices. So I want to thank our dear senators from Koshrai and Pohnpei and Governor Stevenson Joseph for your support in these projects. Our partnership with FSM is based on respect and deep friendship. We aim to provide a balanced and equitable set of partnerships with the 4 states. In Chuuk, we are delivering solar electrification on the islands of Eten and Pisperio. I visited Pisperio recently, and that was a pleasure to get out to that most outer island of the lagoon. Now, while these projects have taken longer to implement than I would have expected, I would like to today assure the people of Chuuk that we will complete this important renewable energy project, Mr. Speaker. For Pohnpei and Yap, we are pleased to also be undertaking similar electrification work on the islands of Pingalap and in Yap on Woliai. I'd like to thank the state governors, Narun, Joseph, Palik, and Acting Governor Itimai for their continued support of these very challenging outer island electrification projects. These are difficult places to get to, but these are really important pieces for our citizens. We are also working closely with FSM to try to reduce gender-based violence in our families. And this is for mums and dads, girls and boys, to keep all of us safe, because the families are the centre of our societies. We have been partnering with the Chuk Women's Council for over 40 years now to run a counselling service there, and I'm pleased to announce today that we will be extending that support to the Yap Women's Council. Now, states invest in the capability of their people, and I'm really pleased that Australia is offering important Australian alumni scholarships to your citizens from the 4 states to study both in the Pacific, in Fiji, in Vanuatu, Samoa, and at Australian universities. Finally, what do we do in federations? We strive to keep our citizens safe and well. And Australia's Maritime Security Partnership with FSM is something that I and my team are very proud of. I would like to acknowledge and thank Lieutenant Commander Paul Norton, who is with us today. Paul and Sarah McCarthy, our deputy, join us in the chamber for the work that Commander Norton does with the Maritime Police Wing to help keep FSM's waters safe and productive. Now, the nation-gifted Guardian class patrol vessels provide important humanitarian services to the states, and this includes the search and rescue when people go missing or when fishermen are in trouble, and it also includes those important medivacs from the outer islands when our families are in medical trouble. So these are critical services that I hope reflects the partnership between Australia and FSM. Senators, finally, I would like to congratulate each one of you on initiating this first meeting of the National Association of State Legislatures. And I do believe that the All for Us is a great slogan, and this is really going to help to strengthen the national unity and the relationship between the states. You can count on Australia as a partner who will be reliable and dependable to walk that journey with you. Kalangan, Kamagar, Kiniso Chapur, and Kulumulalap. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Grant. Thank you for your eloquent remark. Let's please put our hands again for Ambassador Grant. Thank you. Once again, I would like to ask that we put our hands together and welcome His Excellency Wu Wei, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China.
Good morning and camaraderie to everybody. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere respect and courtesy to the traditional leaders of this land, Your Royal Majesty Lincoln of Madelonia, Your Highness Excellency of Madelonia. I would also like to show my respect to the leaders present today. Your Honorable Governor Stevenson A. Joseph, Your Honorable Marvin T. Yamaguchi, Speaker of the Pohnpei State Legislature, Your Honorable McGarry Miguel, Vice Speaker of the Pohnpei State Legislature, Your Honorable Arnold H. Coney, President of the House of Senate of Chuk State Legislature, Your Honorable Lester Danny Mersai, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Chuk State Legislature, Your Honorable Nicholas Fitzgerald, Speaker of the Yap State Legislature, Your Honorable Simeon J. Philip, Speaker of the Kasrai State Legislature, Honorable Senators, dear fellow colleagues of Diplomatic Corps, Your Excellency Nobu Kagamiya, Ambassador of Japan to the FSM, Your Excellency Jenny Grant Colonel, Ambassador of Australia to the FSM, the Honorable Vincent M. Mart Tracy, Charge d'Affaires at Interim of the United States to the FSM. On behalf of the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, I extend my warmest congratulations on the successful convening of the first ever General Assembly of the FSM Association of the Legislature Leadership for the Unity of the States. It is both a privilege and a profound honor to stand before you today and give a remarks on a subject that resonates deeply with the spirit of the FSM people and aligns perfectly with the core value of China's foreign policy, the enduring importance of national unity. The Federated States of Micronesia, with rich cultural heritage and diverse traditions across the 4 states, stand as a testament to the strength that lies in unity. Your nation's journey, rooted in the wisdom of traditional leadership and the vision of modern governance, reflects a remarkable commitment to harmony and collective progress. The latest manifestation of this commitment is the word camaraderie, formalized by His Excellency President Simona and the Honorable Vice President Aaron Palik, which represents the spirit of unity and solidarity. In a world facing complex challenges, this international cohesion is not only a source of resilience, but also a foundation for sustainable development. China, too, places great emphasis on unity. Over the past thousands of years, the Chinese people have been united and stuck together through thick and thin. We have built a united country with 56 diverse, interwoven, and harmonious ethnic groups, formed a big Chinese family, where they keep watch for and help defended each other, especially since modern times. In face of critical and grave foreign invasions, all ethnic groups stood hand in hand and fought heroically and painfully to defeat all extremely vicious invaders and safeguard national independence and freedom today. Today, China, with all ethnic groups striving with one heart, has achieved extraordinary accomplishments. The Chinese people have learned from our own experience that only when we are united can we be strong and march forward, and a divided country will not progress. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the victory of the Chinese people's war of resistance against the Japanese aggression and the World Anti-Fascist War. This year also marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations and the 80th anniversary of the restoration of Taiwan to China. Taiwan's restoration to motherland is a victorious outcome of the World War II and an integral part of the post-war international order. China's sovereignty over Taiwan brooks no challenge. The authority of the UN General Assembly Resolution 2758 brooks no challenge, and One China principle brooks no challenge. Just as the word unity is engraved on the national emblem of the FSM, each and every Chinese has the same dream of national reunification. No matter how the situation on Taiwan Island evolves or what troubles external forces may make, the historic trend towards China's ultimate and inevitable reunification is unstoppable. Ladies and gentlemen, the relationship between China and FSM is built on mutual trust, equality, mutual benefit, and common development. For over 3 decades, our two nations have worked together in a spirit of friendship and cooperation. China deeply respects the FSM's sovereignty and the unique path to development. We are committed to supporting your national priorities as determined by your people and your government. Our partnership is reflected in tangible initiatives aimed at fostering unity and prosperity. Through infrastructure projects, we aim to enhance connectivity, not just of roads and bridges, but between people and communities. Through agricultural cooperation, we seek to bolster food security, that is the cornerstone of social stability. Through medical cooperation, we stand shoulder to shoulder with you in protecting the health of the FSM people, the most precious asset of any nation. Through legislative bodies exchange and educational and cultural exchange, we aim to deepen mutual understanding and people-to-people ties. These efforts are designed to benefit all the FSM people, supporting your government's goal of inclusive growth and national unity. In the broader context, unity is not just a national imperative, but a global one. Challenges such as climate change, health crises, digital divide, and governance deficit require collective action. The FSM's voice in international arena, advocating for the interests of small island developing states, is a powerful reminder of the importance of solidarity. China will continue to stand with you in these efforts, advancing a more just and equitable international order. To the people of the FSM, I would like to say, your unity is your strength. Your ability to blend tradition with modernity, to celebrate diversity while embracing a common identity is an inspiration. As your good friend and reliable partner, China will, as always, offer economic and technical assistance with no political strings attached, support your journey toward greater unity and prosperity, and respect your choices and your autonomy in making decisions. In conclusion, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to unity within nations and among nations. Together, through respect and cooperation, we can build a community with a shared future for humanity, starting right here in the heart of the Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Ambassador of Republic People of China, Wu Wei. Let's give him a big round of applause again. Thank you. Thank you. I want to, on behalf of the ALL4US, thank the ambassadors and the charge for the wonderful and supportive remarks that has been given by them all. Thank you all. And I just want to say that we are grateful for your presence and would like to invite you to our receptions this evening and tomorrow evening. If you can avail yourself and join us in this reception, we will be very delighted. Thank you very much. Let's give them a big round of applause again. I ask that we take a short break and then reconvene in 2-3 minutes.
Kashlele Mango, Lotu Wo, Radanim, and Mogatin, Oriapis, and Kamarage to everyone. All esteemed members of ALL4US, I just want to say this from the beginning, and thank you for allowing me and the firm this opportunity to give a presentation of the case on this very historic day and time on your first General Assembly. So it really means a lot for us to do that. I want to give special thanks, of course, to Speaker Yamaguchi and Chairman Carl and the 11th Pohnpei State Legislature for giving us the confidence in hiring us and trusting the firm in representing them in this case. And my regards to all you remaining honored guests. Thank you, and thank you for remaining. You could be somewhere else, but you chose to stay, and it's a very important issue. As you guys know, everyone knows, ladies and gentlemen, I belong to the Rampamita Law Firm. We're one of the oldest law firms here in the FSM. I've done a PowerPoint. It's on the screen there, just so you know, because there's going to be some things that it's best to take a look at rather than you hear. So, and I'll make a point of that. This is just an informative presentation. It's not to be construed as legal advice. So. Let's get to the fun legal stuff. I guess that's why you're all here, right? We all heard about this case by Pohnpei Legislature against the national government. I want to give you just some brief background about it because I know some of you don't know all the details. I'm not going to give you all the details, but I'll give you the broad strokes of why this case was filed and so you understand. I understand from the resolution yesterday, you kind of know the background of the compact and the division of the compact. What are the legal, constitutional requirements? What is the law? So I don't need to go into that. And in fact, many of you already know that. You've been here. You know all of that history, so there's no need to repeat it. These are the main factors that led to the case here. The amended 2003 compact was ended in 23, and the constitutional amendment to share fishing fees required that 50% of the fees now gets shared with the states. So this is going to have a substantial effect on the national government's revenue and operations. So the law at the time in 2023 is 1857-303, and as you can see here, at the time the national government was getting 0% of the compact share. So that was the law at the time in 2023. Now, Public Law 1857 also states that any change to this is effective if it's signed by every chief executive of each and every government. So that meant that 0% couldn't be changed at all unless all the executives of the government signed in writing to that. And because of that, there was the creation of the Chief Executive Council, otherwise known as the CEC. This, as you know, some of you are members. It was a group of national and state leaders that were formed to develop equitable formula for the 4 states to share a percentage of their funds with the national government under the new 2023 amended compact for the next 20 years. There was a first meeting in July. Distribution amounts were discussed. The national government was requesting 12% from what I understand. That was rejected by the states. And so a meeting was to be held in Yap in September 7th through the 8th, which many of you attended, to try to hash out this agreement between amongst themselves because you needed to get your budget request in per the law. So the states and the national government ultimately agreed that the states would share 8% of their compact funds with the national government. Thus, the resolution number 1, the agreement on the ordinal formula for the 2023 amended compact funding was created. Now, we get to the agreement between the states and the national government. This is what it entails. Here, the states, Chu, Costa Rica, Pohnpei, and Yap. If you see in the middle column, that was your percentage before this agreement. How much distribution you received from the amended compact 2003. The second column is what the national government now receives. That's how much each state is giving up, and the national government will receive 8%. So now the distribution formula for the 2023 amended compact are those numbers there on the final right column. I'll be happy to share those with anyone who wants to talk to me afterwards. Okay, so that's the agreement. That was signed by all the leaders. Other important terms of the resolution. Number 4 is very important. The national government will be allocated 8% of the $139,500,000, and the states will contribute this allocation to the percentages. We know that from the first page. Most importantly, number 5, this distribution formula will apply for 2 years. No modification shall be made to the distribution formula unless considered and agreed to by the leaders. So there can be no changes to this whatsoever. The CEC resolution was signed on September 8, 2023 by all the state and national leaders, which some of you attended, some of you signed off on, including Speaker Yamaguchi here. So what happened next? Because after it was signed, I understand everyone went out, they celebrated, they congratulated each other that night, and they all went their separate ways thinking, great, we have a done deal. National government's going to get 8%, we're going to share the rest. So then what happened? That's the key thing of what happened, which you all got to ask. Well, the agreed distribution amount was changed unilaterally. In fact, in 2 weeks after the meeting, FSM Congress passed Congressional Act number 2319, which amended the distribution formula by allocating 10% of the compact funds from the states to the national government. This was, as you know, was immediately vetoed by President Simina. He explained that his veto was grounded upon the fact of the RNL agreement that they agreed to 8% to the national government, and he also emphasized that FSM Congress must respect the RNL formula in the interest of national unity of the country. Regardless, FSM Congress overrides President Simina's veto, as you all know. And then, on September 30th, 2023, FSM Congress passed Public Law 2330, unilaterally raising their share of compact funds from 8% to 10% to the national government without any discussion or debate. We can't even find a recording of that time. Public law, this is the new public law, 2330. And am I going too fast? Or it's okay? Okay. This is a new distribution formula currently in effect, Section 303. If you take a look there, if you see the bottom, now they changed it to 10%. Chuk, Kosrae, Ponape, Yap, you're all affected. I'll show you here. But before I get to that, this is the reason why FSM Congress increases distribution share from 8% to 10%. And this is based on a standing committee report. This isn't from my words, this is the standing committee report that they issued. They said that the constitutional amendment requiring the sharing of fishing fees with the state governments will have a substantial impact on the national government's revenues, operations, grants, and subsidies. And in addition to that, they said that the resolution was basically a recommendation. It's not even an agreement. So that is their reason why they increased to 10%. Now, how does Public Law 2330 and the resolution are different? Here it is right here. As you can see, these are the distribution amounts per the resolution agreement and per Public Law 2330, side by side. So you know, you can see how much you lost there specifically from each state there in that chart there. Also new in 2330, the national government had changed the law so that it will now manage the state's infrastructure funds. This is a huge issue. Any of you who deals with the PMO, public law centralizes control of compact infrastructure funds within the FSM Department of Transportation and Infrastructure. Such infrastructure funds are now to be retained and managed by the national government, with the states receiving sub-grants on a project-by-project basis, subject to new regulations by TCNI. So what does that mean now? That means state PMOs will now have to apply for sub-grants to the PMU to seek approval for their own infrastructure funds, which in our position absolutely makes no sense at all. The 11th Ponape Legislature adopts resolutions to protect its rights. back on October 13, 2023, the legislature adopted 196-23, urging President Simona and the Secretary of the Department of Justice to take immediate action to stop or prohibit the implementation of Public Law 2030. Additionally, in 21-24, urging President Simona to call a third CECPL meeting to discuss Resolution 1, the selection of representatives on the state representatives on the GEMCO committee, and the procedures for the management of compact funds for each state. There's also budget cut issues in this case, which are very significant. That happens to Pohnpei State and also another state. Just to give you a little brief background for those of you that sit on the finance committees of your Senate or your House of Representatives or your legislatures. When receiving compact funds, there's specific procedures under FSM law. So Section 305 requires that each state submit its compact budget request to the President by May 15 each year. This amount shall not exceed the level of funding based on the agreed upon division of compact funds. Second, the President shall consolidate budget requests of the states and national government, and that no modification, that's key, no modification shall be made without the prior consent of that state government. Now, in this case, Pohnpei State Legislature enacted State Law 11L09-24 and submitted its FY25 budget request totaling roughly $9 million in public infrastructure sector funds, which included roughly a little over $1 million for its PMO operations. However, FSM Congress cut that when they issued a Public Law 23-121 and appropriated only $7 million, roughly $7.8 million out of the $9 million from their budget request, thereby reducing their budget by $1.2 million, which includes $1 million to be used for its PMO operations. Now, how did this affect Pohnpei State? Well, from the loss of this $1.2 million, as you can see, Pohnpei State Ledger had to appropriate funds from its general treasury to make up for this shortfall in order to pay for their PMO now. And these funds were earmarked for its health and education sectors, such as the hospital, such as schools, for books, prescription medicine, etc. Now, the hospitals and schools won't get anything because of the national government's actions. What the law and the Constitution require regarding the division of foreign assistance. I know many of you already know this. The FSM Constitution requires for any foreign assistance that all 5 governments will share that equally unless they agree to an amount. And public law at the time, 1857, it was 0%, any increase over 0% had to be agreed. And to date, the states have not agreed to a 10% increase of compact funds to the national government. Think about that. There's no agreement out there that states gave to the national government to take 10%, even though it's required under the Constitution, even though it's required under the law. The 11th Pohnpei State Legislature defends its compact rights, and on April 17, 2024, the legislature filed a civil case against the national government in FSM case civil action number 2025-010. In that case, we're seeking declaratory relief, monetary relief for constitutional and statutory violations and breach of the Resolution Number 1 agreement. We have 8 claims currently in that case, if you want to know the specifics. These are them right there. Unlawful modification of the state's compact funds without the state's consent. That's clear. Unlawful modification of Pohnpei State's annual compact budget request. That's clear. Unlawful centralization of the compact infrastructure management. That's clear. They're trying to manage the state's compact funds. Violation of Resolution Number 1. That's undisputed. That's clear. Violation of due process under the FSM Constitution. Violation of state sovereignty over its compact share. Violation of national unity and declaratory relief. All of those are claims that we have pending. And here we are, is what we are asking the FSM Supreme Court to declare the following. Declare that the national government cannot modify compact funds without unanimous agreement by the states. Declare Public Laws 2330 and 121 are unconstitutional. Declare Resolution 1 is binding and can't be changed unless agreed to by all the leaders per its language, specific language. Declare TCNI has no authority to manage state compact funds. And issue a monetary judgment in the amount of the $1.2 million that was unlawfully taken away by Pohnpei State, plus any funds used from the general treasury to cover this shortfall, and any other costs and expenses, including attorney's fees. This is the current status of the case. The national government is seeking to dismiss the case based on the following. This is their big claim. They're saying the agreement isn't binding, and it's only a recommendation, which is just outrageous if you think about it. They all signed it, everyone signed it, and they're saying it's not an agreement, and it's not binding either. They're saying Public 2330 supersedes Public Law 1857. It doesn't, not if they didn't follow the right procedures. And they're saying that FSM Congress has the express power to amend the law regarding the disbursement of compact funds. All of you are legislators. You all know what express powers you have under your Constitution. And if you look at the FSM Constitution, there's no express powers by FSM Congress to manage and distribute compact funds. And under the law, if it's not an express power, that power is reserved to the states. That's FSM Supreme Court law since time immemorial. If it's not in there, it belongs to the state. It's a state power. But that's what they're claiming. This motion to dismiss is opposed and is still pending, currently pending. Court hasn't issued an order on it yet. The bottom line, all you want to know, what's the bottom line? That's the only thing you should be really concerned about right now. How did this 2% increase affect each of your states? Well, here it is right here. If you want to copy this, let me know. Resolution number 1, second column, that's how much you're supposed to get under the resolution number 1. Now, column number 3, that's how much you get when they pass 2330. Last column is the loss by each state and the gain by the national government based on the 2330 distribution formula. As you can see, Chuk, you're losing basically 1.8 million. Costa Rica's lost 300,000. Pohnpei's lost 800,000. Yap has lost 500,000, and the national government has gained 2.8 million because of this. These are all your funds. That bottom row is your funds. This is a big kicker if you don't do anything about it. If Public Law 2330 is left uncontested, if no one does anything about it, these are the total losses by the states over the 20 years of the 2023 amended compact. You take that difference amount and you times it by 20 years. And this is what you get. Chuk, you will lose 23 million over the course of 20 years if you don't do nothing about it. Costa Rica, you'll lose 6.7 million. Pohnpei, roughly 16 million. And Yap, 10 million. That's how much you will lose. Those are bottom line numbers. Also, the new procedures. As mentioned before, the national government just basically took away state sovereignty in managing its own compact funds. Now, you're going to have to apply to PMU, FSM, TCNI, and beg for your funds, for your projects, which doesn't make any practical sense. Because how can possibly a national PMU office know what's going on in Yap, Costa Rica, or Chuk? They don't know, and they don't have the manpower to go there to manage it and make things happen. Unlike your own state PMOs who do have intricate knowledge, who know the people and can make things happen with those funds. And here's why Yap, Costa Rica, and Chuk should consider joining the case. Number one, of course, bottom line, you want to prevent loss of millions annually and tens of millions over the next 20 years if you just leave it uncontested. You want to keep control of your state PMOs and their infrastructure projects. Any judgment in favor of Pohnpei legislature will only apply to Pohnpei, as the other 3 states are not parties to the case as of now. So if, let's say, the judge issues a ruling in our favor, it's only going to apply to Pohnpei. That's why it's a good reason to join the case now. Because if you file a case, you're going to have to start all over and prove everything. And most of all, this hasn't been said, or emphasized. In my years of practicing here, I've been here since 2012. I'm pretty familiar with all the laws, the case precedent, since the FSM and the courts have happened, regarding state powers, regarding state sovereignty. This is what they call a case of first impression. It is the first case the court is dealing with regarding state power and who gets to control and manage compact funds. That's a big issue. If you really think about that, the court's going to decide here who gets to control and disperse compact funds. Does it the states or the national? And our position, of course, is it's the states. These monies are the states. You're the ones that give the national. You meet to give them. Okay, you ask for it, we'll give you something. Not the other way around. And by joining now, all states stand united and protect their future funding and sovereignty, which is kind of the theme of this whole meeting here. United we stand. In closing, Kalangan, Kirisochapu, Hulo, and Kamagar. And feel free to contact us if you want further information on how we can help protect your state compact funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much for the very informative presentation presented by you on behalf of Ramp and Nita. As Eric mentioned, he will not be taking any questions, but you are welcome to approach Eric or Ramp and Nita for any assistance or any guidance on how to move forward on your behalf. Let's give one big round of applause to Mr. David Gracian. Thank you. Thank you. May I ask that we take a 1 or 2 minutes break? Thank you. We have reconvened and will continue our meeting of the First General Assembly of ALL4US. At this time, our agenda is discussion and actions of resolutions. May I ask that we address the resolution that was delayed yesterday first? So with that, I'm going to recognize Senator Carr.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me the floor. Before I speak on behalf of your Pohnpei delegation, I would like to once again reiterate our collective humble respect to our honorable colleagues, heads of delegations, our brothers from the state of Chuk, state of Kusrai, and state of Yap. Mr. President, in the order of business in yesterday's session, we reached an understanding with respect to ALL4US resolution number 06. In respect of the wishes of our YAP delegation to insert a place where in that resolution it will bear the signatures of all of the heads of delegations of this august body, and with the understanding that another resolution bearing a different number will be introduced to allow for such endorsements to be made. I would like to, on behalf of my honorable colleague speaker from YAP and the YAP delegation, respectfully move for the filing of resolution number 06.
Motion has been made to file resolution 1GA-06. Seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carry. Resolution 1GA-06 has been unanimously filed. Taken action on resolution 06 and filed this resolution. May I ask, for the sake of time, to place resolution, ALL4US resolution 1GA-08 under our resolution calendar. If all have placed this resolution, may I recognize our Assistant Secretariat, Ms. Edward.
ALL4US resolution number 1GA-08, a proposal for a resolution expressing profound gratitude of Association of Legislature leadership for the unity of the states known as ALL4US, to the 11th Pohnpei State Legislature, the esteemed leadership, the traditional chiefs of Pohnpei, and the people of Pohnpei for their precious hospitality in hosting the first General Assembly of the ALL4US for adoption.
So we can discuss this resolution. May I recognize Honorable Speaker Vicar Larwang from the state of Yap for a motion to discuss this resolution.
Yeah, my respect to you, Mr. President. Let me move to discuss this resolution.
proceedings.
Motion been made. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
I
All opposed, say nay. Motion carry. For discussion, let me first recognize the Honorable Speaker, Speaker Larwang.
With all due respect, Mr. President, and to all the members of our state legislature, President Kuni, and all the speakers, it is an honor to show our gratitude to the state of Pohnpei for hosting the first assembly ALL4US in the state of Pohnpei. And the fact that we may or may not be able, especially for our small state, to do the same, Mr. President, but we will try our very best. But we want to congratulate you and all the traditional leaders for all the hospitality that you have shown us since we arrived here in your state of Pohnpei. We, on behalf of our small delegation in Yap, and I'm sure the same would be shared with you and from Chu State and Kosai. We cannot say more than thank you to your leadership and your staff for accommodating all of us and assisting us for all that we need. And hopefully we would be doing the same in our next assembly, hopefully the same way as you have granted to all of us here in Pohnpei. With that, I want to thank you, Mr. President, and all the speakers and President Kuni for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Speaker Larwang. Any additional statements from the Honorable Speakers and Honorable President? Speaker Merzai.
My respect to you and fellow colleagues. Just want to echo what our dear honorable colleague, Speaker Larwang, stated in showing our appreciation. We cannot thank you enough that it's transcribed in words, but we may pass this proposal for resolution, but deep within our hearts we're very grateful to the leadership, our traditional leaders, most especially those that really took time off to organize this historic event in the history of our nation. So I joined Speaker on behalf of President Koni and members of delegation from Chuk in expressing our gratitude through this resolution. Salamat. It's okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The sentiments that our staffs have tried to reduce into writing as reflected in GA ALL4US resolution number 1/08 doesn't adequately, if I may say, express how the delegations from the states of Yap, Chuk, and Kosai have been feeling ever since we stepped down from the airport. We have been immensely blessed with all the hospitable treatments that have been accorded us from arrival to the first traditional function that was held the other night. Leading up to the following days and up until this hour, I know that we all from the other states have been impressed very much of the hospitable treatments that the leadership of the Bombay State Legislature, along with the traditional leaders, have accorded us to this point, and I know that more is to come. So I join the sentiments expressed quite eloquently by Speaker Aguilar One and Speaker Masai. The same token, I thank them for working together to at least put into writing and have it reflected in the records of this assembly our appreciations for everything that you and your colleagues and the state of Bombay have been doing to ensure the success of this first assembly of the ALL4US. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Philip. Any more discussion? Senator Carl.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, on your behalf and on behalf of my good Vice Speaker, Honorable Senator Mikael, my good floor leader, Honorable Senator Abraham, and the whole of the 11th Bombay Legislature, our staff, and everyone who continues to work behind the scene to ensure the care, comfort, and security of our colleagues here in Pohnpei. And collectively say this, the pleasure is ours. The language and the eloquence embodied in this resolution we will convey to our traditional leaders. We thank you for mentioning and recognizing them in this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman Carl. Any more discussion on Resolution 1GA-08? If not, I'd like to recognize a motion for close and adoption of resolution. Motion has been made. All in favor of the motion to close and adopt Resolution 1GA-08? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carry. We have closed discussion. All in favor of ALL4US resolution number 1-GA-08? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes carry. We have unanimously adopted resolution 1GA-08. Thank you. May I also, for the sake of time, ask that we place resolution 1GA-09 under our resolution calendar. If all have placed this resolution and have this copy of resolution in front of you, I would like to recognize Assistant Secretariat, Ms. Edward.
ALL4US resolution number 1GA-09, a proposal for a resolution expressing the sincerest gratitude of the First General Assembly of the ALL4US to the Department of Public Safety for your generous support and wholeheartedly thanking the officers of the Department of Public Safety for your unwavering technical assistance to the delegate members for adoption.
So we can discuss this resolution. I would like to recognize Chairman Carl.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, I would like to respectfully move for the discussion of Resolution 1GA-09.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carry. Any discussion on the resolution, Chairman Carl?
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of your Pohnpei delegation, we offer this resolution to truly recognize the commitment and dedication of our Department of Public Safety, those officers who are assigned to provide security to our honorable colleagues who are here with us for this important assembly. Unfortunately, resolutions like this do not mention individual names. And I understand that when it comes to our police officers, they will accept that gratitude will go to all of them equally. I must say this, that this resolution will not replace the payment of overtime that they've accumulated during the course of their work, but to simply register and express our sincerest appreciation and gratitude for the good work that they have started since the arrival of our honorable colleagues, and will continue to provide that good work until their departure from Pohnpei. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chairman Carl, any more discussion on Resolution 1GA-09? If not, I would like to ask that one make a motion for close and adoption of resolution.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes carry. Motion to close discussion has been made. All in favor of resolution, ALL4US resolution 1GA-09, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carry. We have unanimously adopted ALL4US resolution number 1-GA-09. Thank you. Again, for the sake of time, please allow me to place 1GA-010 under and 1GA-011 or 11 and resolution ALL4US resolution 1GA-12. Since all these resolutions are in front of us, I ask that we move on, and I would like to recognize Ms. Edward.
ALL4US resolution number 1GA-10, a proposal for a resolution, respectfully requesting the FSM President to take the initiative to formulate a workable plan to be embraced by all of the national and state governments of the FSM for the process by which withdrawals can be expeditiously made from the conduct of free association just once, and advising the governing board of the FSM conduct just once to assist in this process for adoption.
Thank you. For discussion, so we can go into discussion, I'd like to recognize the introducer, Chairman Carl. Motion to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I again rise on behalf of your delegation from Pohnpei Mr. President, resolution number 13810 is a significant resolution if we agree to it during this assembly that will impact the funds necessary for the proper operation of our government and the provision of services to the people we represent. Hallmark to Compact 1 and Compact 2 is what was branded as inflation adjustment. In Compact 1 and Compact 2, when Compact funds are dispersed over the course of every 5 years during decrements, inflation adjustments are used to maintain the level of funding necessary to keep our operations, our government operations, at a level that is provided in all of our state budgets. In Compact 3, no inflation adjustment was negotiated, similar to what was embedded in Compact 1 and Compact 2. In alternative, our Compact negotiators agree that there will be an establishment of a trust fund. In that trust fund, the United States government will provide a sum of $500 million. To date, that trust fund has been established with the amount of $500 million. The idea behind the creation of this trust fund is to allow the states to be able to augment what was then adjustment for inflation. In this resolution, we recognize that the procedures necessary to allow the states to draw from this trust fund has not been put in place. We are now in the second year or budget cycle of this new compact. In our state budgets, we're seeing the need to continue or expand government services, but with the challenge of funding that we expected when we agreed to the Angel distribution formula. Changing of that distribution formula as to the need for the states to draw from this trust fund. For this reason, Mr. President, and on behalf of your Pohnpei delegation, we submit this resolution requesting our President to take that initiative and formulate a workable plan, and in coordination with state leadership, so we can work together and put in place a protocol or a procedure that would suit the need of the individual state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman Carl.
Point of order,
Yes,
Mr. President.
Honorable Speaker Mersai.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and I thank our good colleague from the state of Pohnpei. However, if I may, I move for adoption and discussion on ALL4US resolution number 1GA-10.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. So a brief discussion has been shared by the chairman. Any other discussion, comments? Discussion on Resolution 1GA-010. Any other discussion, Chairman Carr?
If I may, Mr. President, and I apologize for getting ahead of myself, and I thank my Honorable Speaker from Chuk for putting the discussion of this matter in order. I think we all realize that the cost of goods in all of our states have increased and they continue to increase. We've become islands that depend on imports. With that dependence, we depend on the shipping that brings these goods. For Pohnpei, it seems that every shipment of goods continue to increase. With the increase in the compact funds and slight increase in our state revenue, we took the initiative to increase across the board salaries of government employees, which we thought would be sufficient for the next 10 years. That salary increase was increased by 45% across the board. This was done in FY 24. We're in FY 25. A lot of even government employees are seeing that the 45%, although look good in their paycheck, it doesn't mean much anymore when they have to buy food and other essential goods. And without having this necessary funding, which is established to address inflation, we will continue to see the decrease in value of our paychecks. And I only speak of government employees. Our farmers and our fishers are experiencing worse. And so the work needed to put in place the procedures necessary to allow the states to draw from this trust fund needs to be done as soon as possible. My sense is if we continue to delay, we won't be assured that any interest gained from the trust fund will be given to the states. To date, no information is available to the Pohnpei legislature on how we will be able to incorporate our share of this trust fund in our budgetary process. And with that, Mr. President, again, I join my honorable delegation from Pohnpei and respectfully request for the adoption of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Carl. Additional discussion on Resolution 1GA-010. Any other discussion from the Honorable President and Honorable Speakers? If not, then I would welcome motion to close and adopt resolution. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carry. We have closed discussion on Resolution 1GA-10. All in favor of ALL4US Resolution 1-GA-10, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carry. ALL4US Resolution number 1GA-10 has been unanimously adopted by this Assembly. Ms. Edwards.
ALL4US Resolution number 1GA-11, a proposal for a resolution expressing the sincerest gratitude of the First General Assembly of the ALL4US to the Bombay Transportation Authority for your generous support and wholeheartedly thanking the management and employees of the Bombay Transportation Authority for your unwavering technical assistance to the First General Assembly of the ALL4US.
Thank you. So we can discuss this resolution. May I first recognize Chairman Carl for motion for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of your Pohnpei delegation, we offer resolution number 1GA-11 and move for its discussion.
A motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carry. Any discussion? Chairman Carl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, on behalf of your Pohnpei delegation, we offer this resolution to recognize the work of many people, including all of those who made the welcoming of our honorable colleagues at our airport reflect the true sentiment of welcome that we are accustomed to when receiving our honorable guests in Pohnpei. Your committee that was established to organize the welcoming of our guests was led by my good Vice Speaker, Senator Mikel. Although I was not involved in the direct coordination and with our Pohnpei Port Authority, I understand that the work they did in receiving our guests, even though they arrived late at night, refreshments were provided, among others. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, your Pohnpei delegation would like to offer this resolution for the Assembly to collectively register our gratitude to our Port of Authority, to our Pohnpei Port Authority for their generous support and all the technical assistance that they provided us since the arrival of our guests throughout their stay and upon their departure from Pohnpei in the coming days. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman Carl. Any comments or from the Honorable President and Honorable Speakers?
Mr. President,
again, I want to recognize Honorable Chairman Carl.
before we proceed with the resolution before us, I would like to respectfully correct myself in introducing the Resolution 11. That gratitude is to our Pohnpei Transportation Authority.
Thank you, Honorable
They
Senator
will
Carl.
be making sure
for
there is
the
sakaw this evening. Galangan.
clarification on Resolution 10 or 11. 1GA-11. Additional discussions? Questions? If not, then I would like to recognize a motion. Motion has been made. Any second? Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carry. For closed discussion. All in favor of ALL4US Resolution 1GA-11. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carried. ALL4US Resolution 1-GA-11 has been unanimously adopted by this Assembly. Assistant Secretary.
ALL4US Resolution Number 1GA-12, a proposal for a resolution affirming the support of the member states of the ALL4US in endorsing the request from the State of Yap to His Excellency Wesley W. Simina, the President of the Federated States of Micronesia, for assistance in the amount of $2 million to help finance Yap state government efforts to ensure that social, environment, and cultural welfare of the land and the people of the state are protected in view of the United States of America Philippine Defense Site in Yap State for adoption.
Kailangan. So we can discuss this resolution. I would like to recognize Honorable Speaker Figur Larwang for motion for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to discuss the motion.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Any discussion on resolution 1GA-12? Like to recognize the honorable speakers. Speaker Nicholas Furlawang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me yield the floor to Speaker of Chu,
Honorable Speaker Figur Larwang. Yield floor to Honorable Speaker Mersai. Speaker Mersai.
Mr. President, and thank you, Speaker Figur Larwang. ALL4US Resolution Number 1GA-12 is practically the same resolution that was filed with just a minor additionals to the said resolution. As for summary and introduction of the whole resolution was stated by the Honorable Speaker of the State of Yap, and I thank him and the delegation of Yap for taking this to the Assembly and allowing all the other member states to join in on this resolution. It is a vital and important resolution, not only for the state of Yap, but for the whole FSM states, as it states in our agreement with the United States in regards to Title III. And if I could direct your attention to page 2, one of the whereas, starting on line 16, it's very clear and stated in the whereas that yes, of course, YAP is a part of the FSM states, and United States of America is invoking Title III of the Compact of Free Association, and with assurance from our national government that it is only right and fair and just that the national government follow through with its promise of assistance to the state of Yap in this time of need. So with that, Mr. President and honorable colleagues, with the resolution presented in front of us, seeking assistance, there is an amount that's set in the resolution. With that amount being stated and said in the resolution, it is with discussion and understanding with the delegation of YAP, from YAP, that we should just stick to seeking assistance from our national government. Yes, it is true that it was stated, a brief breakdown of the 2 million that's stated in the resolution, but this is an estimated, accumulated, or being calculated as of now. There might be unforeseen miscellaneous expenses as the days go by. So with that, Mr. President, we recommend if we could take out in the resolution where it states that the amount. For instance, on the face or the history or the brief summary of the resolution, if on line 3 and 4, after the word assistance, it's stated in the amount of $2 million. If we could recommend that that could be stricken out. And on page 2, line 7, after the word requesting, it is also stated there $2 million. If that could be stricken out and insert financial assistance, so you can state as requesting financial assistance from the FSM national government. Furthermore, on the same page, line 11, after the word and, if the phrase an estimated $2 million is, could be stricken out and insert funds are. So it's stated, and funds are needed to assist the task force and so forth. And on the last page, page 3, line 3 and 4, the set amount is also stated there after the word assistance in the amount of $2 million. Recommend to be stricken out. And line 4, the figure 2 million, to recommend to be stricken out. Mr. President and honorable colleagues, as I mentioned, it is important to seek and request assistance from our national government, and not to put in a set amount of figure. Thank you, Mr. President, and maybe if there's discussion, I could offer a floor amendment based on what I just stated. Thank you.
I presume that that's a motion of amendment. Is there a second?
And I move. Yes.
All in favor of the amendment motion that has been seconded, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried. Amendment as suggested by Speaker Mersai. May I ask that our Secretariat, did you get that? Okay. All right. That has been amended as mentioned by Honorable Speaker Mersai. Any more discussion on Resolution 1GA-12 as amended?
Mr. President,
Senator Carr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to, on behalf of your Pohnpei delegation, associate ourselves with the amendments offered by the Honorable Speaker from Chuk. But before I do so, I would like to, on our behalf, welcome our Isanangkin of Madaling, who continues to grace us with his presence. Mr. Speaker, I trust that staff will draft a floor amendment in accordance with what was mentioned by our good speaker from the Chuk State Legislature. And I agree wholeheartedly that when the U.S. invokes Title III of the Conduct of Free Association, it calls for an action of our national government, and we haven't seen that. If this will happen in Yap, it's sign of more things to come. It may happen in Chuk, it may happen in Kushai, and also in Pohnpei. That is the significance of this resolution. So that when it happens in Pohnpei, we will know what to do. With respect to amount, I share the sentiment expressed by our delegation from Chuk. Mr. President, on behalf of your Pohnpei delegation, we will be very honored. And for myself, as the spokesperson for the Pohnpei delegation, I will be very honored to affix my signature to this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman Carl. Any more discussion on ALL4US Resolution 1GA-12? If not, I would like to recognize a motion for close and adoption of resolution as amended and proposed amended by Senator or Speaker Mersai. Motion for close and adoption.
Move, Mr. President.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion to close discussion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes carry. We have closed discussion on ALL4US Resolution 1GA-12 as amended by Speaker Mersai and this Assembly. All in favor of Resolution 1GA-12 as amended, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carry. This Assembly has unanimously adopted ALL4US Resolution 1GA-12 as amended. I have in front of me a Resolution 13. So again, for the sake of time, please allow me to place Resolution 1GA-13. May I recognize Ms. Edward?
ALL4US Resolution number 1GA-13, a proposal for a resolution respectfully requesting the Chief of Finance Officers of the National Government and the State Governments of Koshai, Pohnpei, Chuk, and Yap to join forces to prepare for transmission to the FSM President, the State Governors, and the presiding legislative officers of the FSM Congress and FSM State Legislatures a full accounting of the sources and deposits of former amended Compact of Free Association carryover grant funds into account 3 of the Compact of Free Association Trust Fund for adoption.
Kalangan. For discussion, may I recognize Honorable Speaker Philip. Motion for discussion.
Thank you very much, President. Kushai moves for discussion on ALL4US Resolution number 1GA-13.
Second.
Motion has been made and second. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Any discussion on this resolution, Speaker?
Thank you very much. I believe the resolution 13 is quite clear on its face, but quite simply, the resolution is asking, we in Kushai don't know about the other states, but we are already into the second year, I believe, of Compact 3, and we have yet to see a comprehensive accounting report on funds that may be available from the amended Compact, meaning Compact, the second Compact. So this resolution is simply asking that the Department of Finance of the national government and the 4 states do an accounting and report to be submitted to the President and the governors and the presiding officers of the state legislatures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Philip. Any discussion, questions, and comments from the Honorable President and Speaker? Chairman Carl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I once again on behalf of your Pohnpei delegation, join our honorable colleagues from Kushai and register our full support of this resolution. I think the issue of information sharing with respect to compact funds is an issue that we all face. And this issue continues to be a challenge when we approach our national government for that information. While we discussed in yesterday's session fishing fee, funding which is ours. When funding which is ours and information relative to that funding is difficult, this adds another layer of difficulty when it involves grants that we expect to receive under the compact through our national government. For this reason, Mr. President, your Pohnpei delegation joins our good delegation from Kushai and respectfully request for the unanimous adoption of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman Carl. Any other comments or questions from the Honorable President and speakers? If not, any motion for close and adoption of this resolution?
Second.
Motion has been made for close and adoption of resolution. All in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carry. To close discussion. All in favor of ALL4US Resolution 1GA-13 say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carry. ALL4US Resolution 1GA-13 has been unanimously adopted by this Assembly. Again, I would like to ask that you allow me to place Resolution 1GA-14. If all have this resolution in front of you, I will recognize our Assistant Secretariat.
ALL4US Resolution Number 1GA-14, a proposal for a resolution expressing the sincerest gratitude of the First General Assembly of the ALL4US to the FSM Department of Finance and Administration, Division of Custom and Tax Administration, Pohnpei Branch, for your generous support and wholeheartedly thanking the management and employees of this department for your unwavering technical assistance to the First General Assembly of the ALL4US for adoption.
For discussion, I would like to recognize Chairman Carr.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of your Pohnpei delegation, I offer resolution number GA-14 and respectfully move for its discussion.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. For discussion, Chairman Park.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is indeed an historic gathering that we are able to achieve the collective spirit and support of many offices, many people, making our assembly possible. And we must give gratitude to all of those who participate in the work necessary to ensure the success of ALL4US. In Pohnpei, there's a term we say, "Anginkelap," the collective spirit of everybody. And it is in that spirit that I now, as spokesperson for your Pohnpei delegation, offer this resolution to express our collective gratitude to the good work of our FSM Department of Finance and Administration, Division of Customs and Tax, who assisted all of you during your arrival at our airport. And if we adopt this resolution today, I'm sure that upon your departure, they will continue that good work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman Carl, for the explanation on the resolution. Any other comments or questions regarding this resolution? If not, any motion for close and adoption of resolution? Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carried. We now close discussion on this resolution. All in favor in adopting ALL4US resolution number 1GA-14. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carried. We have unanimously adopted ALL4US resolution 1GA-14. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes, Chairman Carr.
if I may be accorded your privilege, I would like to offer a motion to allow our Secretariat to make any correction, technical, to all those resolutions that have been adopted, to ensure that grammar, spelling, and technical aspects of those resolutions are corrected where needed. Correction, however, will not change the content or context of said resolutions. I think this is necessary because in going through these resolutions, there are some technical errors that will need to be corrected before engrossment. And again, my motion is to allow the Secretariat to make those corrections. Thank you, Mr. President, and I ask for a second.
Motion has been made that we allow the Secretariat to make any changes, changes that will not change the content of these resolutions, but for just technical errors. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carried. Instruction is cleared. and Secretariat to ring in caution, make sure that all necessary changes are made without changing the content of these resolutions. May I ask that we take a short break? I don't know if there are additional resolutions coming in or not, but let's take a break and allow our Secretariat to find out for me. Thank you. New our first annual meeting of ALL4US. I ask, for the sake of time, to place, on behalf of all of us, to place Resolution 1GA-15 under our discussion and action of rules. Actions of resolution. If everyone has placed this resolution, I would like to ask that Ms. Edward read out the title of this resolution.
ALL4US Resolution Number 1GA-15, a proposal for a resolution respectfully requesting the Micronesian Shipping Commission to review its operating policies in order to ameliorate the shipping situation to lessen the high cost of freight services to the Micronesian region for adoption.
Kalangan, for discussion, I would like to recognize Chairman Carl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, on behalf of your Pohnpei delegation, I would like to respectfully move that the Assembly discuss contents of Resolution 1GA-15.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Any discussion? Chairman Carl.
Thank you, Mr. President. This resolution is close to our private sector here in Pohnpei. I must say that it has been advanced through the Pohnpei legislature in the recent APIL. Essentially, recognizing and respecting the role of our national government, cognizant that jurisdiction on interstate commerce is exclusive to the national government. We need their help. With respect to shipping, Mr. President, this resolution is respectfully requesting the Micronesian Shipping Commission, to which our Secretary for Transportation, Infrastructure and Communication sits now as the President, to review its policies in how it issues licenses. And to make adjustments as necessary to allow for other shipping companies to enter our market, with the belief that this will lessen the cost of freight services to our region. If I may continue, Mr. President, currently every cargo ship that comes to our ports owned by the states, has to come through Guam. Any ship that is bound for Micronesia, if it's coming from the United States, it goes through Asia, comes back to Guam, and then comes to our islands. We pay for the shipping of those goods on these vessels when they go to Asia and when they ultimately reach our shores. When this resolution was presented to the APIL, we learned that there are other alternative hubs, including Manila and other closer Asian countries. For that reason, Mr. President, and having advanced this resolution in the APIL without any reaction from our national government, we offer this resolution with the hope that coming from the 4 states who own the ports we will see positive reaction from our national government. Again, in presenting this resolution, we respect the jurisdiction on interstate commerce, which is exclusive to our national government, and we need their help. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman Carl, for a brief explanation on the resolution. Any more discussion on the resolution? Honorable President and honorable speakers. No more discussion.
Mr. President, if I may,
Go ahead.
and on behalf of your Pohnpei delegation, having heard none from honorable colleagues, I move for closure of discussion on this measure.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The ayes
Nay.
carry. Motion for discussion has been adopted. All in favor of ALL4US resolution number 1GA-15 say aye. Opposed say nay. Resolution 1GA-15 has been unanimously adopted by this assembly. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes,
may I call
Chairman.
for a short recess to await the printing of the final resolution? Thank you.
Been made for a recess. I ask that we break for a short recess to wait for the last resolution. convened, and I would like us to continue our meeting of the First General Assembly of the ALL4US. For time's sake, on behalf of us, I would like to ask that I be allowed to place Resolution 1GA-16 under our calendar of discussion and adoptions of resolution. If all have placed this resolution, I would like to recognize the Assistant Secretariat for the reading of the title.
ALL4US Resolution Number 1GA-16, a proposal for a resolution respectfully requesting His Excellency Wesley W. Simina, the President of the Federated States of Micronesia, the Board of the FSM Trust Fund, and other appropriate national government officials to allow each of the FSM states to obtain withdrawal of available funds from each of the states' respective accounts in the FSM Trust Fund for adoption.
Kalangan, for discussion, may I recognize Chairman Carr for motion for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I take the floor, Mr. President, if you can accord me the privilege of acknowledging and respecting the presence of Juan Baron Midian G. Ned, who is with us this afternoon, with a warm applause.
Thank you, Chairman. Please go ahead.
Mr. President, on behalf of your Pohnpei delegation, I would like to respectfully offer for discussion resolution number 1GA-16.
Any second? Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Any discussion on resolution 1GA-16? Chairman Carr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, on behalf of your Pohnpei delegation, we offer resolution 1GA-16, which is in essence requesting our good President, His Excellency Wesley W. Simina, and the Board of the FSM Trust Fund and other appropriate national government officials to allow each of the FSM states to obtain withdrawal of available funds from each of the state's respective accounts in the FSM Trust Funds. FSM Trust Fund was created over 20 years ago. It was codified in the FSM Code as Chapter 2 of Title 55, and that law lays out the intent of the creation of the trust fund with the foresight that it will help not only the national government but with the state government's financial needs. In the creation of the trust fund, sub-accounts were created for each of the states. During the process of negotiation for Compact 3, when this trust fund was mentioned, FSM maintained autonomy and control over the trust fund because of the uncertainty of Compact 3. We now have Compact 3. And it is the sense of the authors of this resolution that we've come to a time where the states are competent enough to manage their own share of this trust fund. And because they have sub-accounts established under this National Trust Fund, in this resolution, if adopted by this august body, will request that the national government, namely the administration of President Simina, take the necessary action to allow for the distribution of the funds directly to the true owners of these trust funds, which is the 4 states. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman, for the brief explanation on Resolution 1GA-16. Any discussion on the resolution? Honorable Speaker Mersai.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I acknowledge and thank our good colleague from the state of Pohnpei for taking the initiative and bring forward Resolution 1GA-16, which in his brief explanation of the said resolution, it's over been how many years since the creation of the trust fund, and as he mentioned, for the time that we are here today, and yet we signed another agreement for the next 20 years. So of course we're very in support of this, as we, the states, speaking of Chuk, is willing to also stand and come forward in managing our own funds. I just have a question in regards to where the direction of this resolution. As stated to the FSM President and proper agencies, just the fact that the beginning whereas it's a public law, and if such requests were to be considered, will there be amendment to the FSM Public Law 10-150? It's just a question that's running in mind, and if Senator Carl can assist.
Thank you, Senator Carr.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank my honorable colleague, Speaker Mersai, for his query on the matter. When we first pursued this resolution by the Pohnpei legislature, the advice given to us was that Congress will have to amend that law. As legislative bodies, our reliance on the executive to bring forth legislations to the legislative bodies on matters of finance is essential. And I think the work that we're asking the President to do will include submission of a bill by request to the Congress to allow for the disbursement or distribution of the state's share of this trust fund. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman Carr. Speaker Mersai.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank honorable colleague for the clarification and more information on the inquiry that I bring forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion on ALL4US Resolution 1GA-16 from other speakers?
Last one. I'm sorry,
Yes,
Mr. President.
Honorable Speaker Mersai.
Maybe a funny question, but do we have information on how much we've accumulated of interest over the past years? for the trust funds. If any member of the assembly know. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Carl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since we first pursued this, Mr. President, and in response to the query from my good colleague from CHUP, at least for Pohnpei State, the Pohnpei State share is at approximately $38 million. I'm sure CHUP is higher than that. And of course, as customary to all funds are distributed after it's CHUP, Pohnpei, Yap, and then Kushai. I trust that we can ascertain those amounts in consultation with the board of the fund. I understand that in the selection of the board, there is consideration that those board members represent individual states and the national government. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman Carl.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion on Resolution 1GA-16? If not, then I would like to recognize a motion for close and adoption of resolution.
Second.
Motion has been made and second for close and adoption of Resolution 1GA-16. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carried for closed discussion. All in favor of ALL4US Resolution 1GA-16 say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. We have unanimously adopted ALL4US Resolution 1GA-16 by this Assembly. Thank you. I believe that's the last resolution. And if I'm right, then that's the end of all resolutions introduced by the delegations of Chuk, Yap, and Koshai. Next on our agenda I will recognize the next on our agenda is the venue. So, Ms. Edward, can you read it out?
Our next item on our agenda is venue and date for the second ALL4US General Assembly.
Any discussion on our next venue and the date for the second ALL4US General Assembly? Chairman Carl.
Mr. President, thank you for once again offering me the floor. I speak on your behalf, recognizing that the matter being discussed and the decisions that will be made should come from the principals, you being the principal for Pohnpei State, and as your spokesperson, I look around in the chamber. I'm a little bit intimidated by the presence of the Chuk delegation in numbers. I'm reminded of how Kushai conquered Pohnpei by bringing 333 men, as my good vice speaker reminded us during the opening. And of course, Mr. Speaker, with the understanding that have been made in the corridors of this chamber on where we should have the next ALL4US assembly. I would respectfully and on your behalf once again and the Pohnpei delegation move that our next venue for the next All4US assembly be held in the state of Chuk. Thank you, Mr. President.
I believe that's a motion, and motion has been seconded. Any discussion? Let me recognize the President and Speaker Mersai, their input on the motion for the next venue of our General Assembly. Speaker, Honorable Mersai.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, as member of legislature, we all understand that once a motion is seconded, I don't think there's any more way to destroy that motion. But with that, and to honor that, and as our good colleague mentioned, we came not as one, but as many. And as we've said earlier in the beginning of this gathering, this will show the affirmation and confirmation of our commitment to what we've discussed amongst each other. So with that, and of course with the consensus of both the houses, I think we've already agreed before the motion was made that we'll be very privileged and honored to welcome all the states to your humble home state of Chuk for the next General Assembly. That'll be from the President, myself, and the delegation from Chuk. And we come as many, and we expect you to come as many as well. Thank you.
I guess with the support statement from the Honorable Speaker Mersai, I will entertain the motion. All in favor of the motion that has been seconded, that our next General Assembly, our second General Assembly, will be held in the beautiful state of Chuk. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carried. Let's give a big round of applause to the delegation of Chuk. Thank you. Thank you again. Okay, our next agenda is the closing remarks. Let's take a break. I ask that we take a break. We have reconvened, and I ask that we continue our first General Assembly of meeting for ALL4US. Our next item on the agenda is closing remarks. I would like to recognize the Vice Speaker of Pushai State, Vice Speaker Gilbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. I am thankful for the great opportunity that has been extended to me to represent the delegation of Pushai to say the closing remarks for this first General Assembly. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to have taken a part in the history of this very important milestone to the state legislative branch of our government. It is my appreciation and gratitude to speak before a diverse and esteemed group of individuals who have had a wonderful time sharing wisdom, knowledge, and expertise that would enrich not only us, but the people we are serving. Let us thank our good Lord for His blessings and guidance that have been bestowed upon us to reach the end of our journey during the last 3 days of intense interaction with words, knowledge, ideas, and aspirations of completing this undertaking. Being the Vice Speaker of the Pushai State Legislature, I am honored and privileged on behalf of Pushai State Delegation to thank the Pohnpei State Legislature, especially Speaker Yamaguchi, Vice Speaker Miguel, Floor Leader Abraham, and members of the 11th Pohnpei State Legislature and the staff for your efforts and dedicated time to make this assembly a success. It is very important that we continue the relationship that we have established through signing off the Articles of Incorporation or the Charter before us. This initial assembly has established the foundation to share knowledge, ideas, issues, and innovation that will be the cornerstone of our newly established platform. This is only the beginning of this establishment, and this will, of course, continue to flourish and grow to become the resource mechanism for the legislative branch of our governments. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of Speaker Philip, Floor Leader Andrew, and the Pushai State Delegation to say Ka Morale, and I'd like to say as well goodbye. Let me take this moment to acknowledge and pay my respect to our own counterparts and people who have been assisting us since the beginning or inception of this federation. The traditional leaders of the 5 municipalities of Pohnpei State, Speaker Mr. Yamaguchi, Pohnpei State Legislature, President of the Senate Arno Koni of Chuk Legislature, Speaker Nicholas Fikir Larwan, Yap State Legislature, Speaker Lester Mersai, Chuk State Legislature, Speaker Simon Philip, Pushai State Legislature, Speaker Esmond Moses of the FSM Congress and members of the Congress, although they are not here, Vice President Wisni Nakayama, Chuk State Legislature, Vice Speaker Andrew May, Chuk Legislature, Vice Speaker Theodore Rutun, Yap State Legislature, Vice Speaker Makara Mikael, Pohnpei State Legislature, Floor Leader of the Senate, Andrel Yamamoto of Chuk State, Floor Leader Wayne Olap, Chuk State Legislature, Floor Leader Andrew Andy Andrew from Pushai State Legislature, Floor Leader Hudson Ephraim, Pohnpei State Legislature, Floor Leader Terrence Fongap, Yap State Legislature, chairman of each standing committees of the 4 respective states, members of the diplomatic corps, all other member senators of each respective state, all legislative staff of each respective state, all the participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would also like to have a special recognition due Pohnpei State Legal Counsel, Mr. Tom Beckman, for his behind-the-scene hard work and dedicated time. It is with great honor and privilege to have this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for your determination to participate in the first General Assembly of all the states' legislature in the FSM. Your participation was a crucial part of this process of establishing the association that we have been dreaming about and eventually endorse it as a living document. As we catered to share our ideas and thoughts to endorse the document, there was little comments due to the review of each state prior to the submission of this document to this assembly. Although we have different thoughts and ideas to discuss, it was eventually adopted. However, as we are to begin the implementation of this document, I'm sure we will find issues, discrepancies, and maybe problems where may not be able to implement due to reasons. Nevertheless, we can always come together again to amend as we see necessary. This function marks another milestone to enhance our mutual relationship as we meet with colleagues, discuss issues among our counterparts, share wisdom amongst us, and finally endorse the guiding document to our association, which is a very unprecedented accomplishment after your hard work. As we finalize the document, I would like to thank you all for the efforts that each and every one of you has contributed to make this first General Assembly a success. So we are thankful to the state of Pohnpei for providing and sponsoring several evenings of good meals and entertainments that will not be forgotten, as we see a lot of good foods, nice entertainments, and very peaceful evening with beverages and friends. These are occasions that will keep us thinking as to how we can finance good, unforgettable evenings or activities for those who will participate in the assemblies to come. The first assembly to me is a great gesture that continuous dialoguing will be an element that will be practiced in our legislative bodies to sustain a good mutual relationship amongst us. I know that this is only the beginning of our new relationship, as we just experienced the first General Assembly, where limited but very important issues were discussed and endorsed. However, as we become stronger, we'll be discussing other big issues and matters in other areas of the Compact of Reassociation in terms of problems within the infrastructure sector grant or other Compact sector grants that are not exercised and operated in the best interest of our people. And this is the forum where we, as the legislative bodies, will have a stronger voice to address to the FSM government as well as other associations or treaties that FSM is a party of, or other organizations. I know that each of the states has many challenges, needs, and problems that yet to be resolved, and we hope that as we establish this All for Us association, this is the answer to our unresolved challenges and problems we have been living with for so long. So with that, I'd like to congratulate everyone and thank you all for the hard work that you have done. Kalanganan Kuparomay, Kilashow, Kamakar, and Kulomalalab. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Speaker Thank you very much for the closing remark from the state of Koshai. Now I would like to recognize the Honorable Speaker Vicar Larwang from the state of Yap for the closing remark. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks to all of you, especially the two houses from Chu, Honorable Coney and Speaker Marsai, and your presiding officers, and all members of both houses in Chu for bringing a lot of members to our first assembly, and that's very convincing and very important to all of us. Thank you, Speaker Yamaguchi, Vice Speaker, 11th Legislature of Pohnpei, all the chairmen of your committees and members for putting everything together for our historical assembly here in Pohnpei. I also want to extend my sincere gratitude and thanks to your chiefs. We know that Pohnpei has big municipality. We can put all the 10 municipalities in Yap, Main Island Yap, into one municipality here in Pohnpei. But it's very uplifting and for all of us, delegation of Yap, to see the non-marquee and the traditional chiefs during our opening the other day. And it's something that we heard about, but we have not really seen it. And how you do your opening meetings, that you have to pound the sakao before anything can move forward. In Yap, we chew and then start the meeting. And sometimes we have problem in speaking because our mouth is full of piranha. But anyway, that's how important it is that we all come together to share our traditional cultures and how best we can work closely together to address what is need for our people and for our state. So we're learning together, moving forward. I'd also like to extend my sincere thanks to Koshai. We're the smallest state, and with your assistant Speaker Yamaguchi and both houses in Truk, we will be able to, I'm sure we will be able to move things forward. As we know, our Congress is our door to the outside world, and you have more members of Congress in our national government than Koshai and Yap. So with that, we're very encouraging and moved with the fact that we come together as one, pushing the needs of all the state. Hopefully, it would be heard at our national government. As you can see, on behalf of our 11th Yap State Legislature, we have the smallest legislature in our nation, only 10 members of us. We were not able to bring all of them, and I agree with both houses in True that they bring more people to show their commitment to our first assembly. So I bring with me those that I think they would be able to convince the other members that we still have, which is we still have only 4 remaining in Yap due to the DOD meetings that would be held in Yap, which we were informed in a very short notice while we're already making our reservation to come to Pohnpei. So once again, I'd like to introduce them to you, for those of you who didn't know them, and I know this guy on my right here is from Shapuk, and he's our floor leader. Further to my right is our Chairman of Government, Health and Welfare. So we want him to make sure to convince all the relevant department that things should be in a right place and move forward with what we agree to as the legislator organization or body pushing things forward. And on my left is our purse of the state, Chairman Piyush Tilmisay. And he is listening to Speaker Marsai that we want to bring more people in, and he's entertaining our 2026 budget. When we get back to YAP, he would put that on the floor for us to review and hopefully pass, with that in mind that we need to bring more people to Chuk, either in June, April, May or June, as the Speaker just mentioned. On the left, right left, that's our Vice Chairman of Victor Bamo. I bring more, all these three are in the government health and welfare. What we try to put together is what we think it would help our state and our people, and they're the one who man that committee. And I need them to make sure that what we say is touching the life of the people that we represent. And when it comes to education, health services, in order for us to be at the legislature, hopefully to be elected again, they need to make sure that what we say is touching the people's life. Because most of the time, they say, what you guys are doing? Because we're not the implementer. Somebody is the implementer. When we appropriate based on the activities in which the executive branch is budgeted for, sometimes it doesn't go accordingly. So with that, to conclude, I'd like to thank you, and we will try our very best to bring many to Chuk, and hopefully we can share the very dish that we all love in Chuk, which is the turtle, if it's a turtle season. We don't want to break the law when we're the one who. So with that, Mr. President, I congratulate all of you, and please bear with me. This is my first time, and I know I may be stepping in other people's toe, but I don't intend it to. I really enjoy meeting a lot of you, and appreciate the fact that we're all together for something, for a good cause, I should say, for a good cause. Our people that vote us in to do things for them. And I ask Perez, my friend here at the Pohnpei legislature, that one resolution, and perhaps we'll be introducing it too, that we have to be mindful of people with special need. Because it is very important, because we are the voice of those people. And in YAP we have law for fish, law for turtle, law for bats, but not so much law for people with special need. So with that, thank you all very much. Kalangan and Chris Show, Lenwo.
Thank you, Speaker Fikar Larwang, for the closing remark from the state of YAP. Now I would like to recognize Honorable President Coney for the closing remark from the state of Chuk.
Thank you, Honorable President, esteemed colleagues and members, friends, and respected partners of ALL4US. As we draw the curtains on this momentous day, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for making the first General Assembly of ALL4US a resounding success. Today, we did more than gather. We connected, shared visions, built understanding, and laid the foundation for a movement that is grounded in unity, action, and shared purpose. Your energy, ideas, and passion are what fuel this organization. And your presence here today proves that we are stronger together. Let this assembly mark not just a beginning, but a commitment to collaborate, to grow, and to work toward our common goals with clarity, courage, and compassion. We are more than an organization. We are a community. And in this community, everyone matters. Everyone belongs, and everyone has a voice. As we move forward, may the conversation we started today turn into actions. And may the connections we have made continue to grow in strength and purpose. On behalf of the people of Chuk, our humble legislative branch, and our delegations, thank you once again. Let us continue building a future where no one is left behind, because together it is not just all for one, it's all for us. Thank you very much, and see you in our next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President Coney, for the closing remark from the state of Chuk. Now I would like to recognize Honorable Chairman Carl for the closing remark from the state of Pohnpei.
Thank you once again, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've come to learn that the decision to place our seat of government on this mount was made because of its historical significance. The original name for this mount is Kucharilang. Among the high traditional title bestowed to my Honorable Vice Speaker is Lukan Kucharilang. And because our closing remark will convey the sense of our traditional leadership and the people of Pohnpei, and with your blessing, Mr. President, as the principal for our delegation, I would like to yield the floor of delivering our closing remark to my Honorable Vice Speaker, Honorable Senator Makari Miguel. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chairman Carl have yielded the floor to Vice Speaker Makari Mikel for the closing remark. Now I would like to recognize Vice Speaker Mikel for the closing remark from State of Pohnpei.
Kailangan may President Monsap Lukan tulan lang matalan niyo. Kailangan may Monsap Lukan lang siya. Ay tungar cakar mesikuwao kay bani kan kubran kala berakson Pohnpei wala pan kubran sonan kan ko Puliguaw sa bulmar lekant nanalaknan kanikan rereso kay tikoros memel ranwat ay tungalwaw pan kubran sonan sa rin matalamin Secretary General and United Church of Christ Pohnpei. Please allow me to begin with my short statement, remarks, to say a few words in my language, to extend our words of gratitude to the paramount chiefs and other good peoples of Pohnpei. Iyang, Iban Barawan Pata, Momot Peya Ranwood, Masalapeya Pontolon Kutor, Pelik Kaping, Ban Kuburan Kala Baraksoko, Melel, Wasalabalap Sangro Nan Markian Wainu, Wasalabalap Sogsalang Nan Markian Wain. Isunan kan and wain matalanim, Dekan Kalagal Nanalang Kiti. Pagisapol maran so lap ting mapuliti o patang kakautan upanon tatok and puinin kawata kusunet and wain kanta kakabarabatan Micronesia state payukan and sang kataw pitak katulalel kataw pit kalanganin kubrar arkat ukat kiyang intari tatok manantotong koros wonsap palinsap kasambalinsap aban pausan kitiyak o yeyas utak enewe wasan melel lemar Pohnpei legislature in Pohnpei niat pangkin salpeya yang baliat kana sana sa pagi kubur sulap sabugan ko engkak yeyang sabulmar som totok kat kalangan ng chon Pohnpei nan ran riau kan mayang paypayan radio mesansal ni patonway ap tatong koros when itungata maurmawan aramas en sang winyap patwalalil win kusay ktail aramasakan en win kanta kakapatapat. Your Honorable President, Chuk State Senate, Your Honorable Speaker, my Panenay of Chuk, and honorable members of both houses from Chuk State, Your Honorable Speaker of Yap State, Your Honorable Speaker of Kosai State, members, staffs, and I will be missed if I do not pay my respect to my very own speaker, which we are both in the same clan, Tupunman, the clan of Tenan Marquis of Kiti. And I'm proud of that. My respect, Your Honorable Speaker. My fellow brothers and the leadership of the legislative branch of the 4 states of FSM. In 1 or 2 years ago, we all stand together and use a slogan to campaign after the 4th Constitutional Convention of the FSM to win the fishing fees, as what we hope. And we use this term, yes for all, not to miss one. And we win it. We passed all the 9 amendments, but there's only one in there we aim for. It's the fishing fees. That's how we will hold hands and work together for. To win, we need to compromise. We need to work together. As this assembly, it's about all for us. And the backbone of this all for us is the heart of 4K. The heart of 4K is our greetings. Kamagar, Kinisaw, Kulo, and of course Kalangan. All begins with K. And in Pohnpei, K, we say caught is caught. Let's begin with K. So every time when we work together, let's compromise. Chuka has more population. Kusai has a very low population. Big or small, we are one. And we must work together as one. Compromise, always compromise. Compromise between us. Compromise with the executive branch and compromise with the national government to win what we need, to win what we hope. I was part of this. My last visit, I visited the President of Senate Dinchuk and Speaker of the House of Representatives. And you can recall what we talked about in your chambers, in your offices. The main purpose of bringing us together here in Pohnpei. On behalf of the traditional leaders of Pohnpei and the good people of Pohnpei, thank you very much. In my own word, Kalangan, the heart of 4K. Thank you very much for your time of staying with us in 3 days already. Our apology if we missed to serve you what you expect. The Speaker, the traditional leaders, the legislature, even the governor, our staffs, we try our best to accommodate, to help, and to really make friends with you. Fellow colleagues, our work, we are politicians, but our friendships will be forever. And friendships are forever as brothers. Let's change FSM. Many times we talked about agriculture, tourism, fisheries. Let's work together and change. Let's hold hands and change. We are having domestic problems with transportation. A small airline is serving our people now, very risky. Let's dream of changing this and chip in, put in together and see elsewhere to match and get good small planes. Get enough ships that will operate under the states, not the national government. I believe we will adopt resolutions in Chuk, trying to find ways to work together. Put together means and purchase our home and share. Sharing transportation ships or small planes from Bombay to Kosai, from Bombay to Murtlocks for trade. We can do it. We can do it. So, fellow colleagues, on behalf of Speaker, members of the 11th Legislature, thank you very much. Please take the backbone of this yes for all for us. Take with you the heart of 4K. The heart of 4K. To conclude, I will say again, Kamagar, Kinisaw, Kulo, and Kalangan to each and every one of you. And tomorrow, on behalf of the traditional leaders, the people of Pohnpei, we invite you to join us celebrate the 80th anniversary of our Liberation Day. It will take place at the Track and Field at PEX. Please be there at 9 o'clock in the morning so you can be welcome and well seated. There is place for you as our honor guest for tomorrow's event. So again, may God bless you, may God bless all the 4 states, and may God bless the Federated State of Micronesia from now and on. Kalangan ng Kubur Karusya, RLR.
Thank you, Vice Speaker Mikel, for the closing remark said on behalf of the state of Pohnpei. Thank you again. Next on our agenda is the closing prayer, our benediction. May I, and the benediction will be done by Juan Baron Midian Net, the General Secretariat of UCCP. May I ask that the Secretary or the Sergeant at Arms Solomon escort up Juan Baron Midian G. Net for the closing prayer or benediction.
Thank you, Speaker, for this rare opportunity you have given me. May I ask that we all rise for the prayer? Our Heavenly Father, we bow before you to offer you our thanksgiving for all your abundant blessings you have showered upon us, including the gift of life. Lord, as these honorable members in this August party about to conclude their assembly or conference, we are always reminded that we cannot do anything by ourselves, but you. With you, Lord, everything is possible. Lord, we thank you for this wonderful opportunity, bringing your leaders from the respective islands or states which the ocean has separated us, but united us by our prayers. Thank you, Lord. I believe with you they have concluded a very successful meeting and productive one. Lord, we also ask that whatever been transpired in this assembly will be glorify your name. As they are about to return home, I ask that you give them a safe journey to unite with their loved ones and continue serve you and serve your people of this country. We ask this, Lord, in the name of our Jesus Christ, our personal Savior. Amen.
Kailangan kupurami Juan Baron Ned for the thank you Juan Baron Medianchi Ned for the closing prayer or benediction. I believe the benediction has concluded our meeting for this afternoon, but before I recognize a motion to adjourn, I would like to recognize the President and the honorable speakers if there is any announcement. And also I would like to recognize our Secretariat if there are some informations that need to be said before I conclude this meeting. I learned that we will be signing, or in the program, we will be signing off on the adopted resolutions. I strongly believe that our Secretariat, with the assistant staff, will be able to engross and finalize all these resolutions that we have passed. Altogether, there are 16 resolutions. May I ask that we keep our hands together for the great success by Thank you. Chairman Carl.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I reiterate our collective respect to our honorable colleagues. May I humbly move that we adjourn our first General Assembly of ALL4US.
A motion has been made for adjournment of our first General Assembly of ALL4US and be seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The ayes carry. Thank you very much. Our General Assembly is adjourned.